Okay, Chair Heckman, we're on live, so we can begin at any time.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, fellow commissioners and members of staff. We don't have any public with us yet to welcome, but I welcome those of you who are present to this regular meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission for October 27th, 2021. Mr. Nguyen, will you roll the tape, please?
For written communications, please send an email to planning.commission@cityofpaloalto.org. Spoken comments using a computer will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the commission, go to zoom.us/join. Meeting ID is 916-4155-9499. You will be asked to enter an email address and name. We request that you identify yourself by name, as this will be visible online and will be used to notify you that it is your turn to speak. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, click on Raise Hand. The moderator will activate and unmute your speakers in turn. When called, please limit your remarks to the time limit allotted. A timer will be shown on the computer to help keep track of your time. Spoken public comments using a smartphone will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the commission, download the Zoom application onto your phone from the Apple App Store or Google Play Store and enter the meeting ID 916-4155-9499. Please follow steps A through D. Spoken public comments using a regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 916-4155-9499. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit *9 on your phone so we know that you wish to speak. You will be asked to provide your first and last name before addressing the board. You will be advised how long you have to speak. When called, please limit your remarks to the agenda item and the time limit allotted. For written.
May we have a roll call, please?
Chair Heckman,
Present.
Vice Chair Rukovar,
Present.
Commissioner Otchek,
Present.
Commissioner Chang,
Present.
Commissioner Lowing,
Present.
Commissioner Suma is absent. Commissioner Templeton,
Here.
we have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. We are now moving on to oral communications. This section is for the public to speak on items not on the agenda, which would mean anything other than the electrification project tonight. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there is a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you are dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Mr. Nguyen, are there any public speakers for oral communication?
Chair Heckman, we do not have any speakers.
Then we will move on to city, actually, before we do that, agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Commissioners, are there any of those that any of you would like to bring up? Seeing none, we will move to city official reports. Ms. Tanner, do you have a report for us? Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. I don't know where the right place is for this because I'm still not entirely familiar with protocols, but I had a question, and if you want to delay it to later, that's fine. I was just wondering, for the public comments that come in that are asking questions of us that are not necessarily questions for us, that might be directed at staff or might be more appropriately directed at staff who would have the answers. How do we handle that? Because there were 2 comments that came in and I didn't know how we as a commission handled that. Maybe it should be delayed till after the meeting that we discuss this, or at the end of the meeting. I'm not quite sure.
I can offer maybe some insight. So a couple things, we do as staff try to get back to folks when they have questions that we can answer. Some questions are often, sometimes things can be posed as questions that are policy related. And so if it's a policy question, then the commissioners may give their opinion on what they think the policy direction should be. But we as staff can answer, current practices and current policies that have been adopted by the city council. Commissioners may also choose to ask those questions of staff if they feel, oh, that's an interesting question that, we should discuss, or even that you want to know what your fellow commissioners, think on that matter. Again, if it's kind of more maybe policy or future practice kind of oriented. So hope that helps a little bit. But we do try to get back to the members of the public when they have questions that, we can answer. But we also can have them incorporated into the discussion as the members of the commission, want to have them incorporated. So I don't know if that helps, Commissioner Chang, or if other.
It
folks have
does
other
sort of
thoughts.
generally, but I'm just wondering, so for example, there is a member of the public wrote in about a traffic, I think it's the suggestion to add a mirror. And that's something that would traditionally be handled and probably directed to Palo Alto 311, for example. But I'm wondering, did somebody ever get back to this individual and tell him that?
I do know that other Office of Transportation staff did see and respond to that. So I can
Okay.
see what was the response. And one thing we could also do is to try to make sure that you all get those responses, especially when it's not related to an agenda item. Like if it's an agenda item, I think it's easier to incorporate, but if it's just to kind of a comment, then it is a little bit harder sometimes.
Right. So and then there was one about, are we going to publish a guide to ADUs the way Sunnyvale does? And again, that's probably best answered by a staff member. And I assume you guys saw it, but I just want to make sure we're getting back to people with the answer to something that's truly a question and not, I mean, there is some policy in there too, but yeah.
Yeah, I think, and I would just, welcome the commission to also, to the degree you want to bring it up during commissioner comments and questions, or even as part of, if you want to ask it as my director's report, we're happy to do that. Because I know also sometimes it can be mystifying for the public too, just like, how do I get my question answered? Where do I go? And like, we want this to be, commission meetings, I think can sometimes be a little stiff just because of our protocols, which is fine, but it can make some limitations that can, not always be as public friendly, maybe as we would want to be.
Great, thanks. But so like now I know where to ask those questions. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Sometimes in this situation, questions are misdirected to the Planning and Transportation Commission, understandably so because of the name of our commission, where the starting point is really with our transportation department or our planning department, but maybe that's not as clear. I have seen, I think it was maybe 3 months ago, we had a similar traffic email from somebody wanting to know about a stoplight on Embarcadero. They perceived an uncomfortable condition. And that email came in early enough in the cycle that staff not only responded to it directly, as you'd expect, but they also included that dialogue in our public comment. So by the time we got to our meeting, we could already see that not only was a question asked, it had been answered. But I think there are times where a question like that could come up. And if it's of interest to a commissioner, then what we want to talk about is, do we want to bring that back? Are we interested in that? Should that come back to us as an agenda item? And that's a dialogue we can have on these sorts of things. I thought initially your question was about how do we respond when questions are asked during oral comments? Because we have but sorry.
No, my question was just wanting to make sure that some of these questions that came into our inbox were things that would be better, the member of the public would be better served if it went straight to, as you said, like the transportation department or the planning department. And I just wanted to make sure that somebody was, I just didn't know what the process was for those. And it sounds like staff answers those then. Yeah, it would be helpful if we saw it as in the prior example. It's just so we know. Thanks.
Yeah, that's great. We can also work to incorporate that in the updated answers to the responses. It might be lagging in the next packet, but at least then it's there.
Right, Ms. Tanner, city official reports.
All right. Want to just do a few report outs today. Thank you. You all may have gotten on Monday an email. We're seeking new members for PTC, ARB, HRB, and the Rec and Park Commission. So a lot of recruitments going on. It's part of the effort to consolidate the recruitments into kind of one time a year for the council so that there can be just kind of some efficiency. It also means there's quite a bit of work and interviewing that the council members will have to do. So thank you if you forwarded those to your network. And I believe we did get enough applications, at least as a city, for each of the open positions. So I think we may have even exceeded that, but I know at least had enough for the open positions. So I know the city clerk is working to schedule those interviews. And so we'll be looking forward to seeing how those interviews go and how the rest of the commissions get filled out. So we'll keep you posted as those are happening. Last week not last week, this week, a few days ago, at city council meeting, we had a couple items kind of in the planning and transportation world. In particular, we had an item that was objective standards, which came before the PTC, but that was continued. And so that will be heard on November 8th. The November 8th city council meeting is when we expect objective standards to be brought forward. And then we have also the renter protection item, which you all spent, I think it was in the spring of this year, worked on the renter protection item for a couple meetings. That then went to the Human Relations Commission, and then is going to be going to City Council also on November 8th. So I'm hoping that it doesn't get bumped because, the objective standards just got to be quite late. It was almost 10 o'clock. And so they weren't able to take up that item and to advance that discussion. We did have a couple pre-screenings for housing projects, as well as not a planning related item, but we had the first quarter report for 2022 for the city. And so that was certainly an interesting topic. We're really happy that our department was able to get another staff person to help us with our development center, especially as we look to opening up that center for more in-person appointments as the pandemic continues to kind of hopefully wane and allow for more in-person services for those folks who want to have those in-person services. We also have coming up on, this is, sorry, just want to find the date, on December 6th, we will have, I believe it's next week, November 1st, but I want to verify the parking item that came to you. And the agenda's changed a little bit, but that was the item that Mr. Baird brought a few weeks ago regarding advancing parking. It'll be on next week on November 1st. The consent agenda for the city council may pull that and decide to hear that item. And I believe also coming up in November, but I think I will have to get the new date because it may have shifted since Monday, is a discussion of grade separation. So I know Commissioner Templeton, you spent a lot of time working on grade separation, so it continues to kind of advance down the track, if you will, and we will again look forward to hearing that. And I will send out these dates, just want to confirm some of them have shifted. So want to make sure I have those right dates. And we'll just have 3 meetings for City Council in November, the 1st, the 15th, the 8th, and the 15th. They may add a 4th meeting after Thanksgiving, but we will see. And then we are gonna sad and I guess proud to announce that Mr. Vin Nguyen has received a promotion to the city clerk's office and has accepted a job there. I believe, Vin, are you going to be the deputy city clerk? Am I saying that right?
Yes, that's right.
Yes, so a very well-earned position for him. He's absolutely fabulous. I cannot say enough things about him and his efficiency. So Leslie is great, who's our new clerk. She's wonderful. So I knew Vin had a bright career and his star was rising very quickly. And so I'm just glad that we got to be part of that rise and got to benefit from his services. So thank you, Mr. Nguyen, and we will certainly miss you here at the PTC. But he is trained up. Like I said, he's trained up 2 other staff people along the way. So he knew that he needed to make himself indispensable, but not irreplaceable. And so we will be still having some technology support for our virtual meetings, which will again continue through the end of this year, and we'll perhaps be meeting in person or hybrid in January. So that is the end of my report. I'm available for questions.
Questions, commissioners? Vice Chair Rupavar.
I didn't have a question, but I did want to say thank you, thank you for all your service, Vin. It's been wonderful working with you, just, here and then behind the scenes, like we've seen, I think, Chair Heckman and I have definitely seen behind the scenes all that you do to make things happen. So thank you again for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Templeton?
I also want to congratulate you, Vin. I am so happy to hear this news. You made last year even possible for us, getting very flexible and creative, taking feedback and coming back with really innovative ideas. So I'm so glad to hear this, that you're staying with the city and that your career is progressing. I just couldn't be happier for you. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, let's move now to our action items. And tonight we have a study session on our agenda. It's agenda item number 2. Staff recommends the Planning and Transportation Commission conduct a study session regarding furthering the electrification of buildings in Palo Alto by amending the municipal code to reduce review by planning staff and thereby streamlining permitting processes. Anybody have a staff report?
Certainly. And I want to I'll be giving the presentation today, but I'm joined by Jody Gerhart, who is our manager of current planning, and Sam Gutierrez, one of our staff planners. They are the expert practitioners. And so we'll have great discussion, I think, hopefully about the high level policy, but also kind of how does that translate when folks are trying to put solar panels on their roofs, or kind of really what happens when folks are in that building process. And I know sometimes that can be a little bit hidden from the commission's work. So, happy to dig into the nuts and bolts, if you will, as well as kind of the high level discussion. I'm going to share my screen and just go over a presentation that really just kind of highlights some of the aspects that we had in the staff report. Okay. So just a little bit background of kind of what is bringing this to the forefront right now for the city of Palo Alto and planning and development services. Overall, our goal as a city has been for some time to reduce our GHG emissions, our greenhouse gas emissions. This is to help slow climate change and to make our city and our world more sustainable. And specifically, the goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 80% below the 1990 levels by 2030. So this is often shorthanded as 80 by 2030. And so you can see on the right-hand side of the screen what our 1990 emissions levels were, and then 2019. And so you can see that the levels have gone down. And then also you can see what does it look like in percent. So again, the target reduction is 80% below 1990 levels by 2030. And at the current pace, we've reached 38% below the 1990 levels in 2019. So that's, at that time, at least 11 years to go, now 9 years to go, or soon to be 8 years to go, in increasing that reduction even further. So we've made progress, we've got a bit of ways to go. And one of the big areas where we can see more reduction in greenhouse gases in the city, and really typically, I think this would go for almost any city in the United States, would be reducing emissions that are produced by buildings, as well as emissions from transportation. But today we're going to focus on the emissions from buildings reduction. So one of the chief ways that we can help to transition buildings to cleaner energy is through some newer technologies, and some are older technologies, but by proliferating them more and more throughout the city. So electric vehicle supply equipment, EVSE, so that's an electric vehicle charger, solar photovoltaic panels, PV, or often just called solar panels, energy storage systems, ESS, also referred to as battery storage or batteries, and electric heat pumps. These are 4 technologies that can really make a big difference in helping a home or a building, a commercial building, not need fossil fuels any longer. And of course, we want to make sure that the energy that's being used is also clean electricity, because electricity obviously can not always be green, but certainly we want to move in that direction. So City Council right now is considering policy changes and other ideas to further the proliferation of these technologies and other ways to help us reach the target of 80 by 2030. That's through the SCAP update. And there is a council ad hoc committee, as well as a kind of city staff internal committee that is working on the update and bringing that before the ad hoc and ultimately before the city council. earlier this year, we had a team of consultants, TRC is the name of the company, that looked at our city's permitting process, particularly for solar, but also for the other energies technologies that we're talking about, and identified areas where the city can improve its permitting to increase the adoption of these technologies. So for the better part of this last year, we've really been thinking about how can we, as a city, planning and development services in particular, and our partner departments, advance these technology through more efficient permitting processes. And one of the newer opportunities to further that is something called Solar App Plus. So Solar App Plus is automated home solar permitting. It integrates with its existing government software and provides automated plan review, permit approval, and project tracking for solar installations on rooftops. It standardizes up to 90% of standard system plans and provides an inspection checklist for verification by field inspectors for final sign off after the inspection. This system has some great capabilities. It can work on solar arrays that are up to 38 kilowatt hours maximum. It can only be on certain roof materials. So some roofs, like metal roofs, for example, it cannot review plans for solar installations on metal roofs, but for other more traditional type of roofing, it can. Electrical upgrades cannot necessarily be needed when for this project to go through Solar App Plus, but a lot of homes may not need that for their solar installation. And right now it's only serving mainly solar and alone. Right now we're seeing an uptick in applicants who want to have solar panels, but also that ESS, that battery storage system that can store the energy from the solar panels for use at later time, those being a higher combination of applications. And Solar App Plus though is working on kind of their next iteration where it could review the plans for both the solar and the battery storage system. So that would be definitely very, very beneficial. And so hopefully you can see how this could provide some potential streamlining impacts for the city and for would-be permit holders, that they can go online, a qualified contractor, put in the information about the solar installation that they're going to do. It can check, if that plan that they have meets the criteria that's needed, and then they can have an automatic approval. They can go get have their building permit, install the solar installation, and then have it verified by one of our building inspectors. So has a lot of potential for efficiencies, especially for homeowners. So this next section, I'm not going to go into detail, but this does redo the table in the staff report that kind of goes over what is the planning department's role when we are looking at these type of energy installations. So just at a high level, the kind of bubble on the right kind of shows when we're talking about building permits, typically there's at least 4 departments who are looking at the permits. There may be more involved. And so this is just 4 of them. We have planning, we have our plan review staff. So that's our engineering staff who are looking at it against the building code, and our planning staff are looking at it against our local planning codes. We have our utilities department, which you can imagine with energy is particularly important. We might have our fire department looking at it depending on what the project is. And we may have urban forestry or public works if the project is in the public right of way, or if it's dealing with protected trees, but that's not always the case for every energy storage system. But this just kind of gives a sense of what are some of the departments that are involved. And right now, one of the things we've done in our department, in our city, is really prioritize the clean energy technologies. They are prioritized in the review process. So our goal is to review all of those permits in 14 days or less. Some of the permits have a 1-day or same-day turnaround time. They may have a 3 to 5 day turnaround time, and the maximum is 14 days. So we really are trying to make sure that when these come in the door, they are one of our top priorities to make sure that we are reviewing these permits and at least getting comments back to the applicant. We may not always be able to approve the permit on the first go round, but we really are trying to make sure we're getting that feedback to them as soon as possible so they can make any corrections or updates that might be needed. This is a little bit of a blurry slide. I do apologize. I tried to cut it out of a different document, but we have seen improvements from these changes that we've made even just this year. So what you can see on the left side in the white boxes are kind of from 2020 and 2020 or May 2020 to August 2020. So that would be the second box here. The number of records 83. The average days to receive first round comments was 19, and the average days from building permit submitted to permit issued, so building permit application submitted to building permit issued is 83. And already we've seen one bigger increase, which is likely due to the pandemic kind of changing pace compared to 2020, 142 records. We've seen an average of 10 days to getting those first round comments, and then 38 days from application to permit issuance. So we've made big strides in improvement, and we want to continue to make even more strides in improving the efficiency of this process. As I said, I'm not going to go over each of these charts in detail, but they are here in case we want to refer to them as we're having our discussion. We have here where planning is involved in the electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And you can see on the left side, single family and duplex, on the right, commercial, which includes multifamily residential if it's more than a duplex. For solar panels, which is very similar for homes or for commercial. And so you don't see a differentiation here for what we review for solar panels. Here are energy storage systems, again, those batteries. And then again, a difference between the single family and duplex and the commercial size installations that we might look at. And lastly, electric heat pumps, again, showing kind of what are we looking at, what might planning be looking at in those plans. So one of the questions we want to talk about is kind of like, how can we maybe streamline this further than we already have in our process? So kind of two main paths that we kind of are identifying, which is, are there ways to reduce the time that it takes to perform a review? That might be improving the communication materials for improved applications. So that way, when we get an application in the door, it looks great. It has all the information that staff need. We don't need to have back and forth with the applicant, which takes more time for them to ultimately get their application approved. We want to have clear checklists for applicants so that they know exactly what they need, and staff can see, that they've checked a box and said, yep, I have this, and here's the detail. It just makes it a lot easier to make sure we can see where things are. You can manage them with different companies, different businesses. They have different formats for certain things, and having a standardized checklist that fits us just helps us to kind of orient ourselves a little bit quicker to those plans. The second area to look at is, are there policy changes and perhaps codes that we can eliminate requirements or update requirements so that planning review is not needed, which means there's one less department in that review circle that needs to take a look at the plans. So some of the topics that we've talked about are, can we come up with and identify a height of the solar panels above the roof so that that can be standardized, and kind of if you fall within that category, then the planning department doesn't need to look at that review. And just for visual aid, this is kind of an image showing here's the solar panel tilted at an angle to maximize the impact and the rays from the sun. And so there's a height difference here. We want to make sure that if these are proliferating across the city, that our daylight plane regulations don't inhibit the proliferation of these panels that might intrude into that plane. And Ms. Gerhart and Mr. Gutierrez can explain more about that if the commission's interested. A second thing is allowing equipment and mechanical equipment in the setback. And I put noise in parentheses because a lot of the mechanical equipment is not allowed in the setback because it's noise producing. However, items that are identified as noise producing equipment these days may not make that much noise as they once did. And our code says that at the property line, the noise can't be above 66 decibels. And we have equipment that can be at 50, can be at 40, can be at these lower decibel levels, even closer, you may be at 3 feet. And so having it in a setback doesn't really create that noise nuisance for neighbors. And so can we change our requirements so that the equipment can be located there and planning doesn't have to review that it's located there? There could be a cut sheet or other manufacturer information to allow that. Items 3 and 4 may be a little more sensitive, thinking about tree canopy and tree removal. Tree canopy would be more thinking about if folks need to trim trees, cut down limbs in order to have their roof have better access to solar and to the sun, so that the solar panels are more efficient. Canopy, trimming can be not as sensitive maybe as removal, but certainly you have to think about how many limbs are you cutting? Does it endanger the tree? Can the tree be viable? Is it really meeting our canopy coverage standards as well, especially when you get into commercial, where we really want to have, commercial with trees covering our parking lots, for example. That could be great in terms of limiting solar heat island effect or urban heat island and other things. But that means if you have, let's say, carports in a parking lot covering the parking lot, but it's also covered with trees, there could be a conflict there. And how can we maybe minimize that conflict or make a trade-off there? With tree removal, it's not so much for tree removal. You might think, why would you need to remove a tree for some of these? Well, some could be for the solar. Maybe someone wants to have a tree removed in order to have better direct kind of sunlight from the sun onto their solar panels. But when you start talking about batteries, you start talking about heat pumps, you start talking about a combination of these systems at a house, they may need trenching for certain infrastructure connected to that equipment. And that trenching could impede into the tree protection zone. It might disturb the root system. It might have a conflict with that tree. And sometimes in some properties, there may not be an alternate location that allows both the tree to be unimpeded and for the technology to be installed. And so thinking about the rub there of, how do we balance protecting our trees with also adding this equipment? And also that's something that the planning department does try to review for, is take a look at these plans, see where the trees are, double check to make sure that these equipments aren't going to be endangering the trees at all. Number 5, solar shingles and historic structures. This is kind of a smaller, maybe smaller item in terms of it only affects historic structures, which are not every structure in the city. Solar shingles are kind of, think about a shingle, but it's a solar panel. And so we're seeing that technology being used more and more. We think that it could be pretty compatible with most historic buildings, particularly if they have kind of just typical, roofing shingles there. But some historic structures might have a terracotta roof, they might have a slate roof, they might have an architectural feature that is really part of the roof material. And so, how do we want to look into allowing solar shingles there? Or maybe in that case, we would just really want to emphasize the solar panels versus the solar shingles. And item 6, I want to know, was not in the staff report, but it is something staff have kind of thought about as we've been preparing for this presentation. One of the things that we may often get a question on when someone submits a application for an EV charger is, our staff may look at that and say, hey, this is going into the garage. Is it going to prevent someone from parking their car in the garage? And it could be for EV charger, but there may also be other, again, clean energy technology that might be best suited to be placed in a garage. And so, we could consider saying, hey, if it's one of these technologies that is being put into a garage, it's okay for that to encroach into the parking space. And we don't need to review it because, again, the trade-off of saying, yes, we want to get these technologies proliferated, and we want them to fit into people's homes, we want them to retrofit their homes, and they've got to put them in the places, that they have available. So that's kind of another option that we could consider. So that concludes my presentation, and really it's a discussion tonight. We would love to hear from PTC any input regarding pros and cons of those approaches, or maybe on specific items you think, yeah, that one's okay, this one not as comfortable with. And we're also interested if you have questions, if you have other additional approaches or thoughts about how we could continue to streamline our review and our proliferation of these technologies. And of course, it's an opportunity for further public comment regarding this topic. And as you know, it's a very popular topic amongst members of the public. So this is our contact information, mine, Jody's, and Sam's as well. And we are very happy to turn it back to the commission.
There we go. Thank you, Ms. Tanner. For the report, commissioners, do you have questions of staff before we go to public comment? All right. So we'll now open the floor for, Commissioner Lowing. There you go.
Yep, thanks. Just 2 quick ones. One is, in the first graph that you showed, is that for all of the things in total that are being changed, that potentially could be changed?
I believe that it is all of the types. I would need to double check that, but that's what I understand it's from.
Yeah, at some point it'd be good to see the difference with EVs versus solar panels and see how that ties up, because some are going to probably take longer.
Yeah.
And then second, are all these changes that would be made code changes, or are some of them just policy changes or process changes?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a mix of both. I think on the reduced review kind of end, where it might be better communications, checklists, et cetera, that would be more internal, kind of like, can we improve our process and how we're communicating with would-be applicants, for example, so that they just have better applications and we have better internal review processes. For the other items, like the 1 through 6, those would be accompanied by code changes. So the height of the solar panels kind of allowing a certain kind of height above the roof, the noise producing equipment in the setback or certain mechanical equipment in the setback. The solar shingles, it might be not so much a policy, it's just that for historic, it tends to go property by property. And so maybe if we knew kind of a general rule, then it wouldn't have to be evaluated per each property each time, a historic property comes before us. So it's a policy change in that regard. Tree removal and tree canopy, I think there would be some adjustments that could be made. I don't know, Jody or Sam, if you want to speak to the tree removal or tree trimming, let's say, kind of question. I don't want to say it depends, but I think it's a little bit more complicated when it comes to the tree item.
Yeah, I could add a little to that. So in terms of trees, it's a number of factors. So you could have canopy trimming, which can vary if the tree is located on the project site or if it's adjacent. So, we get into kind of state law and other things where you could trim a tree, but it's limited to, you can't kill or damage your neighbor's tree unless they say, sure, pay to remove it. I don't care. And then there's another layer to that if we have a tree that's protected by city ordinance, which can be complicated further if it's on the neighbor's property and they say, sure, remove the oak. And then together in concert, they have to, submit an application to the city and go through the proper processes there. But if it's only on the subject property and not a protected tree, it's a little easier. They could trim it, they could cut it. But if it is a protected tree, then we need to consider the canopy still. And then the root zone, because there might be trenching needed. So that could get into the root zone and the tree protection zone. And that's where arborist reports come in. So it's definitely things that we need our public works, urban forestry division to look at, because they're the ones who have that level of expertise. The planners have some high level understanding because we do review projects often with trees and we look at the reports, but we just don't have that technical ability like our urban foresters do.
And I think maybe to further kind of try to elaborate that point, part of it is, I think that between planning and also urban forestry, when we get these applications taken in, there may not be a tree shown on the plan. And sometimes our planners are, using the tools we have, including Google Maps, looking at the property and saying, well, there's a tree that I see that seems pretty close to what is not shown here. And so that's kind of a check that's performed that might trigger, well, it actually should go to urban forestry, it should go these other routes. And so I think, it's an area, I think you heard one public comment that was emailed in where kind of that person said the trade-off between trees and solar, I choose solar. And I don't know how everyone feels about that. Everyone in the city may not have that same mindset. And so if we as planning and urban forestry are going to continue to be guardians of the trees, we just might need to take in these applications and look at them and verify. And it may not be something that can just go without planning review. Sometimes that review is just a quick review, right? It doesn't mean it needs to take days, but again, it may not be able to be eliminated in some cases if we want to keep that type of, let's say, double check kind of ongoing.
Okay, so just a quick follow-up to my second question based on what you said. So when this next comes back to PTC, it will include both the policy or procedural changes that you make as well as the potential ordinance changes, right? So that the public gets to weigh in on all of it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lowing, your microphone is a little funky tonight. I don't know if it's something you can move, but you're a little bit warbly in your online voice, and I know that you're not warbly in your real voice. Commissioner Chang.
I had
questions?
a paper. I had a paper here and some stuff, so that's probably what was doing it. Thanks for telling me.
Okay, so my first question was about the very first slide you showed where, we have this 80% by 2030 goal. Does the city kind of behind the scenes have a target amount of tons of carbon that it wants us to reduce through buildings? Like, is there because you had mentioned there are many different ways, and I didn't know if in getting to our goal, is there a particular, penciled in kind of assignment that we've given to ourselves?
A great question. I can look that up while we're on the line. I don't have, oh, am I still muted? No, okay. There's a little thing, you're muted. I'm like, what's happening? So I can try to look that up. I do know just kind of off the top of my head that transportation emissions and building emissions tend to be the first and second, like kind of most remaining like sources of emissions. But I would need to look up kind of what is the percentage that's attributed to buildings and like what's the reduction target. They probably have it. Jody's helping me out here, sending me it. So let me look through it and see if I can get that to you maybe by the time we finish public comment.
Thanks. And then I had another question about for the solar app system, which seems like it would be fantastic. I think your presentation said that it could potentially reduce, it said something about 90% reduction. And I wanted to understand more about that, whether that was like 90% of the time or would be applicable to 90% of the applications that we receive in the table that you showed of the 140 odd applications that we've now received this year. So how applicable is it to the applications that we receive?
That's a great question. I will say that is from Solar App, and Solar App is actually a nationwide initiative that's supported by our Department of Energy. So it really is trying to work in each state to understand the building codes of that state and to make an application that can work in that state. And so what I think it's trying to present that 90% of solar installations for homes, and it's primarily for homes. So it's not for, I have a big commercial building, I'm, this, that, the other. It's really focused on single family homes or that style of building. That 90% of the time that an installation that a homeowner would do could be approved through Solar App, or at least that's what they're asserting. As far as our percentage, I think some of the things that we're working through internally are very closely with our utilities department, because one of the things that I think is just not that common in California and in other parts of the country as well is the public utility. And so for a lot of the time, what would happen is a homeowner goes to building department, goes to Solar App, gets their application, and then they work with the utility on the outside of that system to get the utilities approval for what's needed. We in Palo Alto have a public utility, which means that it can seem like, oh, our process is longer, but it's including, that process with the utility as well. And so just working to make sure that we can have that that works seamlessly. So that's more on the utility side, but that would be where we would get the greatest gain, I think, is in that scenario. And then when they add battery storage to that application, that will also be a big advancement. We are seeing a trend now where we're seeing solar in concert with batteries. And so that might, further diminish that percentage right now, until that part of the app is up and running.
So then about those 140 odd applications that we're getting, is the vast majority of them solar or and just a tiny bit of them? So is the vast majority of them solar or solar plus battery? And then just a little bit of it is the heat pump water heater, or what's the distribution there? I mean, I'm not asking for numbers. I'm just trying to get a sense.
I do know that most of the solar applications we're receiving do include battery storage. That's just it's a growing trend. I would hesitate to say what percentage, but there's definitely that's where that industry and kind of the popularity seems to be heading. Heat pumps, I mean, EV chargers, I think, and heat pumps they're all becoming much more popular. And so, we have some numbers we're looking at projecting, where are we now? I do have those numbers. Let me pull them up. But, thinking about orders of magnitude, for example, I know in one of the categories, I can't remember which one, I will get the table in front of me, but it's maybe we have 100 applications this year, but if we're going to be on target for these goals, we need to be getting to 500 applications a year, in the next few years. We need to massively increase the number of folks who are adopting this technologies at their homes. So let me look up that table as well while we're talking.
Yeah, well, thanks for that context, because that's kind of what I was trying to understand, in terms of opining on what the right path is to take. I wanted to understand sort of the magnitude of the issue that we're facing here. And then one last question for now is about the tree ordinance. So I know that there is a new tree ordinance, or the city's looking at updating the tree ordinance, and it's slated to go back to city council again in April, or by April, I think. And so was wondering if anybody here knows how much of the update has taken into account the city's goals with respect to solar.
I think that would certainly be something that we would want to work on over, between now and April when it comes back. And I think one of the good things to know, so I would say the history of that particular update comes from a couple years ago. So it's an initiative that was started, I want to say in 2018 or thereabouts, maybe even 2017, kind of got paused for a bit and revived this year. And so is kind of being dusted off and looked at again. And then I think in this context where we're moving much more aggressively towards these green technologies, I think we want to make sure those live in concert. I think one of the good advantages is that our public works department is also leading our SCAP initiative and also houses urban forestry. So they kind of have that, I think both parts of that, on one hand, they're trying to do this, and one hand, so I think they're really well poised along with planning and other partner agencies to really think about how to both achieve both policy objectives of preservation of trees and also adoption of clean technologies. And so this definitely needs to be folded into, how do we strike that balance?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And I did get an answer. The table that I shared is all of the technologies. So it's all of those 4 technologies together.
Other commissioner questions before public comment? I'll ask a couple. So just to restate what I think you just said, the table we saw that March to August of this year, 142 applications came in. Those are all electrification project applications. And one or more of the electrification types utility improvements that we're talking about tonight.
Yes.
And then the 38 days average to building permit, that was the time it took not just for planning review, but for every involved department, which will be different from application to application, but it was all departments, correct?
All departments, and including any, let's say, feedback, further information, revisions from the applicant.
Okay, then in our task tonight, are we in a position to be recommending steps to take to reduce that 38-day average overall, or are we only talking tonight about taking steps to reduce the planning department's involvement as one of the possible 4 involved departments that you showed on that wheel?
I think it could be both. So I think in regard to code changes, I think those would be the code changes we'd bring back to this commission. If there are other ideas, though, that might branch into other areas, we certainly want to gather those and think about them, because we do work in concert with these departments. And so, and especially through our PDS department, where we have the planning and development services together, we can suggest changes as well. And also work if it has to go through public works or a code in another, that's another purview of another department, we can certainly work with them on that change as well. Our greatest control is over our planning and building part of it, though.
Right. So I'm trying to understand if we can, for example, make the planning part of the process, planning department part of the process ministerial. Are we only going to save 11 of the 38 days because the other 27 days are in some other department that we're not going to be changing?
Yeah. So part of the days will be reduced through Solar App. And I would say, and maybe this is where Jody can help a little bit. When we're talking about these applications, typically they are building permit applications. So they're not discretionary planning applications like you might have for a new multifamily building. So we're already ministerial with these. And so there's not a procedural kind of challenge to them being more quick, other than if a code requirement requires extra review, constantly tripping people up, things like that.
So thank you, Rachel. I would agree that these are ministerial building permits already. So they are fairly streamlined in that way, and all the different departments are reviewing them concurrently. And so it's not, if you take away one department, it doesn't completely shrink down. It may lessen the time, but not in the way that you might be thinking initially.
That's helpful. So that means if we can't make the recommendation that really affects all the departments that are being involved, we're not going to be shortening the ultimate time. We may be reducing who's involved in taking that time, but it's still going to take the same amount of time.
I mean, if the less departments you have, the less coordination there has to be. So there certainly is some savings in that.
I think an example that I think is kind of interesting is, it may seem minute, but if you multiply it times 100, it becomes bigger. So with the EV chargers, for example, someone wants to put an EV charger in their garage, and our project coordinators, who are our first point of contact for folks who are doing these building permit application, may look at it and say, hey, they're putting something in their garage. They need to have enough space in their garage to park a car because they're required to have covered parking. Hey, Sam, can you go into the system and look at this application? Sam goes in, looks at the application, has to maybe say the same answer he said before, but again, that time of review, taking a look, getting back, does it need planning? Does it not need planning? And so in that case is kind of why we said, well, maybe if we just said for these technologies, encroachment into the parking space in the garage is fine, and our coordinators know that, they know, I don't need to ask Sam anymore what to do. It's a charger in a garage, it's fine. And just go ahead and go with it. So again, might seem minute, but over the scale that we're talking about can be a time saver for us.
And I should add that PTC might recall that we did allow code changes for minor encroachments for commercial properties, for parking lots for these chargers, approximately a year ago now, I think, when we went to PTC with that. But the single family home situation is a little different, with the requirement for a 10 by 20 covered parking spot with clearances, which is different than the commercial parking garages. But we could perhaps, as Rachel suggested, follow kind of that train of thought and allow minor encroachments to kind of solve the issue.
All right, one more question. One of the things we're going to talk about is really the relationship between, I think it's primarily solar panels, but it could be other electrification equipment, and trees. And I'm interested to know if that discussion is primarily theoretical or if it's really practical. And so what I'm curious about is we've been permitting solar panels for a while now. Have there been some instances where this potential conflict came to the front, where someone said, I want solar, I want to remove these 3 trees. And if so, tell me about, help us understand a little bit about that process. And is that a 6-month ordeal or anyway, but I'm looking for actual experiences that we've had to see if that can illuminate our discussion.
Great, thank you for the question. Ms. Gerhart or Sam, did you want to answer that?
So if you wanted an example, I have a commercial example if that's relevant.
Yeah.
I feel like I froze a little bit.
I think you froze, but we can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. So we do have at a downtown church, they did want to put in solar carports into their parking lot. And that was along the perimeter of the property. There happened to be, several large trees along the perimeter of the property. And so there was a lot of discussion about could those trees be removed? Ultimately, we said no, they were nice, healthy trees. They also were part of the, all the parking lots have a shading requirement that you have to have, 50% shading on your parking lot to reduce the heat island effect. And we only use trees to, meet that standard. So we needed to save the trees for that reason as well. And there was a lot of negotiations that had to happen to ultimately fit those carports onto the property.
And I can think of another commercial property where I don't know actually what ended up happening with the project because I think COVID slowed it down quite a bit, but similarly, they wanted to do a lot of solar panels on their parking lot, which is a big parking lot. And it was kind of like, but, how is that going to conflict with the trees or, do you need to do it everywhere and kind of things like that. So it may be, I shouldn't say more common, but the shading requirement for the parking lots is applying to commercial and larger scale parking lots. So that's going to be relevant there. Whereas the home, I'm not sure if we have that conflict as much, but urban forestry would know probably better. And I'm sure they do get lots of requests for people who want to remove trees for a variety of reasons. And that's something that they certainly are skilled at dealing with.
Yeah, and I could touch a little bit on the residential, being a reviewer of projects like this for 6 years now. So I think, as solar catches on more, and then as the building code changes where it triggers more solar installed versus planned solar, we'll start to see maybe more retrofitting, and I believe that's where we'll notice more of these conflicts, where when you have a new house, the house and the site is kind of more open to being planned because you're starting new. So then the roofs and the angles of the roofs and so forth are typically planned with the solar. I rarely see a new house, for example, that has detached solar panels that aren't on the roof somewhere. So they kind of go hand in hand. But the retrofitting, where you have an existing house, that's where this might present some conflicts with trees, because you have a site that never had solar and you have had trees, protected or not, and then now you want to put solar, but you've always had these large trees on your site, and the tree removal would remove canopy from the overall city's canopy. So that those would be instances, but again, that doesn't happen as much as the new homes, which are a little more flexible in terms of planning.
All right, thank you, all of staff, helpful additional information. All right, unless there are any other questions of staff, let's move on to public comment. Let's open the floor for that. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there is a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you're dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Mr. Nguyen is our sole attendee tonight, wishing to speak. Mr. Nguyen, you are muted. Muted.
Like Zoom is giving him some trouble for his last meeting. Ben, if you can hear me, if you want to promote me, I can, or if you can hear us, I think you could just let Mr. Cole speak, and then we could, if we can hear him, you could start the timer. See.
Well, hold on. We are trying to get the technologies to work so that you can speak.
He's sending me a message. His computer is frozen.
So on his way upstairs, Mr. Nguyen is showing us how important his role is in these meetings.
Exactly. All right, I think what he's gonna do, he's gonna try to use this phone to make me the what am I saying? The host.
And then you can maybe promote Mr. Cole to a panelist.
Maybe he's back. Are you there, Vin?
Hello, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Okay, great. No worries.
Uncle Rachel, you're the co-host.
Oh, okay. So can I, and
In the meantime, I'm gonna restart my computer.
okay, so I'm going to get a timer really quickly, commissioners, and then I will unmute Mr. Cole and he'll be able to speak. Oh, okay. An interesting timer when you Google timer. Okay, well, I got one though. And
I'm not so concerned with the timer. I can
okay,
watch the clock.
Yeah.
There's only one speaker, and
all right.
I mean, we don't have anything else on our agenda tonight.
It's true,
So
we don't.
I'm just going to encourage Mr. Cole to keep his remarks to about 3 minutes.
All right, I think, Mr. Cole, are you unmuted?
Yes, I think I am. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
yes, we can. Great.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity to address the commission. I've been installing solar in Palo Alto for over 20 years now, and have been trying to improve the process of permitting in Palo Alto for most of that time as well. If you read my comments, I have a big plug-in for Solar App Plus. This application, as you said, developed by NREL, would eliminate plan review entirely on the code side. And it's free to jurisdictions. There's $20 million in state funding to help jurisdictions incorporate this. It will cover storage soon. It will also be covering all aspects of electrification. So your heat pump water heaters and heat pump furnaces and those things will be covered. The main thing here is standardization and the reduction and no plan review. By the time you go through Solar App, your plans are correct to NEC code. So it eliminates the electrical code review. I think this would be great for Palo Alto. The downfall here is that I think the planning and the development services is trying to make sure that this app will include the Palo Alto only requirements. A lot of these Palo Alto only requirements are what trips up most of the solar installers, because everywhere else, the requirements are basically the same, except Palo Alto, where we have torque test on roof and solar panels and electrical panels, and we have 2 ground rods required. The beauty of Solar App is to just go standard. It'll bring Palo Alto back in line with our neighbors and our neighboring jurisdictions. And so far on these extra Palo Alto only requirements, I have not seen any information that's making our installation safer or faster or better. They're just, extra dotting the I and extra crossing the T for no real benefit. So Solar App would be a really good thing. In terms of the times listed in your tables, right now, solar with storage is taking nearly 4 months. So you have to be careful when somebody hands you a table with averages, because an EV permit takes a couple of days. And so that average is really a misnomer. The other thing, when we look to the future, it's going to be about 2,300 heat pump water heater permits per year. So we cannot afford to scrutinize every last one of these. And in fact, currently, 95% of all replacement water heaters are not permitted at all. So we really have to make some drastic changes if we're going to support the electrification that's required to meet our 80 by 20 or 80 by 30 goal. So Solar App can do this. it'll do electrification later on.
That's about
And-
3 minutes.
Okay, the real thing is to make sure to go standard with it and not change it around, reduce any requirements that Palo Alto might have that are extra and go with the standard. That's where you're going to realize a lot of your savings, not just current things, but as we go forward with electrification. Thank you so much for the extra time.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen, it doesn't look like we have any other public speakers since we don't have any other public attendees. So I am going to conclude the public comment portion and bring it back to the commission for discussion. This is a study session, so we're not required to conclude with any sort of motion, but rather I think staff is looking for direction more generally from a consensus of the commission. So what I'd like to do is give everyone an opportunity to start to share their thoughts. I would suggest that each commissioner take up to 5 minutes and recognize that if you can't get it all out in the first 5 minutes, you'll have an opportunity to say more after we've been once through the commission. So who would like to lead off? Thank you, Vice Chair Rupavar. You're muted.
Sorry, I actually had a follow-up question. Has city staff heard of Aurora being used for solar? And I was just wondering if you're aware of that, because that's another kind of technology that I've heard is really prevalent in the solar space, and that is used, I think, to determine the degree of shading over a property, so you can tell very quickly whether it makes sense or not to put solar panels in, because you wouldn't want to put solar panels in if there's shade and you're not going to get any sun. So I was just curious if you guys had thoughts on that.
I had not heard of that. I don't know if Ms. Gerhardt, Mr. Gutierrez have heard of that. Might be something that our utilities department might be familiar with. I know we do help folks to assess kind of their properties for different types of energy, but I'm not sure if that's is it a company or like an application, or is it?
It's a company and they have an app, and I heard about it I was at this conference with a bunch of solar experts and they were raving about it. And I've looked at it too, as well, like on the side. I think it's very easy to use. Maybe it'll be something that we can put a link to on our website, or I don't know what, that can make it easy for constituents to figure out if solar makes sense for them or not.
Yeah, it seems like an easy way, maybe not easy, but a way, maybe if people are thinking about it, right? They want to do it, but the first step of, oh yeah, it would make sense at my home to pursue this.
Yeah, I heard it's easy to use too. So I just wanted to flag it as something, maybe staff wants to look into further.
Yeah, the Aurora app analyzes your roof using Google Maps aerial photos, and then it could help determine, based, I think, on longitude and latitude, the position of the roof forms relative to the sun, and then kind of tells you where you would best put panels. I'm sure it, has some margin of error, obviously, but it's better than, maybe you and a notebook piece of paper trying to figure it out on your own, because where do you start? But it's a software to assist in designing the system for solar gain, is my understanding.
Is it free? Like, is that something that's free that we can just
I
share?
don't know about that. We could look into it.
It'd be cool if there was, something free that we could offer, so people don't have to like necessarily hire somebody to come out and pay for them to tell them whether solar makes sense or not.
Yeah, for sure.
So it would be good if we had this extra tool, but I think also too, in talking to solar companies, I've got solar on my house. The companies themselves will do this kind of analysis and help homeowners understand what fits or not. But this would be good for the do-it-yourself kind of person.
And to help us focus our discussion, can you pull up what I think is the last slide that had identified the review issues and the 5 or 6 policy changes? Great. All right, and while I'm waiting for commissioners to step up and start the dialogue, let me ask another question. We heard from our public speaker about other jurisdictions that have adopted this Solar App Plus. And I'm curious whether staff has been able to investigate any of those other jurisdictions. Are they neighboring jurisdictions? And how, if at all, did they contend with the kinds of issues that we are going to talk about tonight, where maybe the installation of solar might conflict with their tree ordinance?
Certainly. I think for Solar App Plus, we have talked with some other California jurisdictions that have adopted it. It's still, I think there are quite a few cities in Arizona. I don't know if that's where it launched first or what, but there's quite a lot of adoption in Arizona, some in California. We have spoken with them. And so, pretty good reviews, I would say, generally across the board. And, sometimes we can be skeptical when folks are promising it's going to do this or that. And you kind of say, okay, is it really going to? But so far, very positive reviews. I think with the tree issue, it's not so much an issue, I think, when it comes to the app, in that it's, an installer could certainly go and say, hey, here's the kind of here's the solar system that I'm putting on this roof. Here are the metrics and the different parameters of it, and it can go into Solar App and be fine. Because rarely does a rooftop solar need trenching or anything that would actually endanger a tree. It'd be more than that the homeowner might say, well, in order to maximize my solar array, I need to apply for a tree removal permit and go through that process. And so it's not that it would be the same permit necessarily, but it could be a outcome or even an antecedent if they do it before, of that solar installation. So hopefully that makes some sense there.
If I'm understanding that correctly, then we wouldn't need to try to fold into the solar application our tree issues. It's just a separate process that what the applicant has to know based on our instructions, maybe that if you're not touching a tree, here's your app and process to get a permit. But if you are touching a tree, then in addition to doing that, you have to do this. Is that
right? And even right now today, without the application, when there's not trenching or when it's just rooftop solar purely, I think we're fine. Maybe Ms. Gerhardt, she's going to say something, but I think it's more kind of thinking globally about the role of trees and solar and the interconnection, not necessarily that there's a specific conflict in the solar itself, if the application that makes sense. So Jody, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to explain that the single family process and sort of the multifamily commercial process would be very different. For a single family house, the tree removal, not associated with a new house or things like that. Tree removal would go directly through our urban forestry team. And the solar may be, processed by building fairly quickly. So those would be 2 separate processes. For multifamily, it would be more of a coordinated process through a planning application.
And just to complicate things further, I think where the conflict can be, so there's the potential conflict of my solar panel may be enhanced if I trim or remove this tree. But when there's the other technologies that may require trenching, that's where we might need to look at, is this infringing on the tree protection zone? Is there an impact to the tree from the trenching that's related with the other technologies, primarily, not so much the solar panels themselves?
Thank you for that. Commissioner Chang, followed by Commissioner Templeton.
So I had a follow-on question. I guess I'm finding it hard to opine on what the best, what the best thing is to do, or because I would say look into all of them, or whichever ones affect the most applications or chew up the most of your time right now. But one question I have to follow on with what Commissioner Heckman was asking, and also as a result of the public comment that the public commenter who just spoke, do you have are you able to offer more information about the Palo Alto only requirements that he alluded to, and whether any of these proposed streamlining or any of these streamlining proposals would help with any of those so-called Palo Alto only requirements?
Yeah, it's a great question. The specific requirements that Mr. Cole mentioned are not Palo Alto only requirements. They are in the California Building Code. And so there's not really a change that we could make as a municipality to the California Building Code. What we do find is that we in Palo Alto do tend to perform perhaps more rigorous inspections of solar installations in other cities. And so we've been improving our inspection process to really just do test a few things at each solar installation. But anecdotally, we have heard about just other cities kind of drive by and just kind of sign off on the inspection, and we do get up on the roof and actually take a look at the installation. So that can seem a little bit different than others, but those specific requirements are not Palo Alto only. They may be more rigorously inspected or just routinely inspected all here in Palo Alto. Some of the ones that we have been working through a little bit more tightly are things that our utilities department does require. In particular, and I'm going to not be able to answer very many questions, and this is definitely not my area of expertise, but there are some, I can't even think of the word of what it is, but basically there are some safety measures that our utility department requires when installing solar that are a little bit more than what PG&E requires. And PG&E provides the service for pretty much everywhere around us. And so there are some different requirements there. And we've been working to see other alternatives that can provide worker safety, but maybe not as challenging for the contractors.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for putting this together, this study session. And, it's incredibly important that we work together as a city to reduce our impact on the environment. This is a great way to do it. So thank you for bringing this forward. For point number one, any reason not to do this? This one looks like a slam dunk.
I don't think so. And we were talking, Ms. Gerhardt and I, and kind of, is this really a problem we're seeing? And we said, it's not really a problem right now, but it could be with the proliferation of solar. More and more people see it. Some people don't think it looks attractive, and so if we just kind of could set some parameters, and also that way we have also had some folks who've proposed some pretty interesting installations as well that would probably be beyond the extent of what we would want to see. And so I think this could give some good boundaries that folks kind of know what to expect. Oh, the neighbor's putting up solar, it might, have a tilt or an angle that's a little bit different than their slope or their roof. And it's something that we need to get ready for.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I meant the reduced review part.
Sorry, number one. Number one and number two. Yeah, no reason to not do that.
Okay, so let's just,
sorry.
No problem. You got into it, you're ahead of me. So for the second large bullet point there, policy changes and eliminated code requirements. It's good that we did a study session. I would love to have heard from a few more people that live in Palo Alto. Some of these things are very near and dear to folks' hearts around here, and our tree canopy is incredibly important. The trade-offs, as you described, are personal preference, and it's going to be important for us to gauge that before we change the rules there. I will say, regarding the noise equipment setback, we investigated at my home. We've investigated getting a heat pump, and we were a couple inches shy of being able to do that. So we didn't pursue that. So I think your instinct here that if we had a little bit more flexibility, that we would see some of these improvements implemented. So, that's an anecdote, but just to let you know, I have a feeling that we're not the only ones that have hit that obstacle. And from our conversations with the contractor, that is the case. Palo Alto does have some well-known obstacles towards implementing some of these energy efficiency measures. So it's really good that we're talking about changing that. And I think that one in particular is something we need to look very seriously at. The height of the solar panels, I'm concerned about that one because it does get into the daylight plane a little. So we would have to really study what those changes would be if we did go that direction. Do you know, you mentioned a few minutes ago, but I was stuck on point number one, and I'm not sure if you address this. Do we think this is a primary obstacle or a secondary obstacle towards implementing solar panels? The
Ms.
height.
Gerhardt, do you want to speak to the height of the solar panels, kind of the slope, and I'll maybe advance this picture just to, if it helps at all.
Yeah, I think the picture is very helpful, but Sam might have some more relevant information about what's been happening lately. I think most of the time those solar panels are proposed fairly close to the roof. Now, what the definition of close is, I think we could, talk that through some more. And I think even with the solar app, I think they were saying 10 inches, correct, Rachel?
Yeah.
So maybe that becomes our definition of what close to the roof means.
That makes sense. Yeah. Go ahead.
But maybe we want to allow more than that too, if we want to, encourage even further. So that would be the discussion we would appreciate hearing.
Well, again,
Yeah.
with an anecdote. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Gutierrez.
Oh, sure. I was going to add that, for example, in this particular case, my understanding with solar, again, dealing with it for several years, and just reviewing these applications, it depends on the system that you're going for and the efficiency. If you want to run 100%, whatever the calculated energy that you would consume, let's say your AC unit on high, and all of your electric oven is running and everything, you just go, I want to put in a system that fully covers me and then some, or I want to generate revenue from my solar system, whatever it may be. You have different kilowatt systems, and then that means larger panels or more, and then that needs to be put on the roof as primary location in a particular manner to capture the sun. So this house in this example is angled where the sun is passing by it kind of in a perpendicular way. So in order for those panels where they place them to gain that efficiency, they need to tilt it up so it wouldn't be tilted away from the sun as much. It would still get exposure, but it would reduce the efficiency pretty significantly. Just using my hand, the solar panel would be like this, the sun is here, still going to get light, but not as much. They do this, now you get the direct light. So it's really depends on the system that they're placing on the house. I mean, this example here is an Eichler, and they're not the most efficient houses in terms of energy. So it is a counterbalance there. If we limit the tilt, then they're going to limit the system, and that might go against our GHG goals ultimately as well. So we have to understand holistically what's going on. This is, single pane glass house, and probably has the large, nice, open back as some of these Eichler style houses do, but they do result in poor energy numbers. So there's a balancing act here that we should consider.
Definitely.
I don't know that we get a lot of complaints about solar panels, but we're trying to prepare for the future, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, as far as the the other energy efficiency issues that we may have with our structures, that's a whole nother discussion. And, you know, maybe we can find ways to incentivize those or encourage those kind of changes to, for example, the window efficiencies and things like that. But just sticking to this discussion for now, another anecdote I would share from our neighborhood is that we've got a lot of avid gardeners, and that daylight plane is really important to them, and making sure that you know, that the sun is going where it should. And so I think that's part of the daylight plane discussion. You know, it doesn't look like in this example the daylight plane is messed with too much, but it would be interesting to understand, you know, what is that marginal gain by allowing you to go further closer to the edge of the property with those elevated panels. So I think it warrants further study, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. Is it's a really intriguing idea, and I think it would allow people to have more efficient installations. We just want to make sure that we understand the downstream implications to adjacent properties as well before going forward with a change. But it's very promising because, like you said, it is more efficient. Okay, so can we go back to the slide with the bullets? Okay. I think that the solar shingles situation is changing rapidly, and this might not be much of an issue. We do need to prepare for it, but I think I would like to find a way to understand how we can make it work, because I think we're gonna see a lot of people who like this. I really do, especially, you know, with the example that you gave of what some of the other solar installations look like. I think people are going to be very excited to embrace the shingles, and especially for the historic structures. So I think it's good we're talking about that as well. The interior garage space, that's a whole can of worms. There's a lot of folks in our community that use garage for storage for things other than vehicles. So it makes sense that we would be more permissive with installations of charging. But then we kind of sort of have to redefine what a garage is, right? And that's complicated. So I guess, is there any reason not to do that? Like 2.6 here?
I don't think that there's a reason to not pursue that. I mean, I think in particular with the EVSE, it kind of makes sense. I mean, if somebody's installing a car charger, I think they also want to make sure their car can fit into the garage to get to the charger. So I think there's a self-interest in making sure there's enough space to accommodate their vehicle. Hopefully their contractor is checking on that if we're not going to check on that anymore. Because, you know, we have kind of rough, you know, dimensions that you need to maintain, and their car could be smaller than that. So I don't know if we need to be the check on that. Maybe it'd be interesting to know from the commission if you're interested in, like, yes, EVSE chargers, okay, to encroach in garage space, but what about other things? If a heat pump was in there, if a battery were in there, you know, would that be okay? Or do we really want to just focus on kind of vehicle charging equipment? Sure, it makes sense to have it encroach because you got to have it where your vehicle's parked. And in that case, that family may not be having storage in the garage because they're going to charge their vehicle in it.
Yeah, I mean, we have an electric vehicle and our car does not live in our garage, and we make it work. But, you know, your point is valid. There's a lot of things that are utilities that we want to do, and sometimes those, like in our home personal properties, and sometimes those things live in the garage. Our water heater's back there, and our car charger and all those things. So it's possible, but it would be nice to have this organized, and maybe that's something that's going to happen with the industry and not necessarily through the city, right? Like how are people going to start organizing their at-home utility system? But in the past, most of that has been guided by the city rules, right? Where's your circuit breaker and what kinds of things can be under the roof versus outside the structure, those kinds of things. So in other words, I guess what I'm saying is we may be a little early in the game for some of this, right? We're going to make some changes, we're going to try things, but we may have to iterate on this as the industry grows. And I know I've gone over my 5 minutes, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
Commissioner, excuse me, Commissioner Lowing, followed by Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, thanks. I think overall, I mean, the reason that there are inspections is because there are safety issues that have to protect the neighborhoods, electricity and fire and all that. And there are building requirements like to protect the neighbors, like light planes. And there's also collateral damage that can happen if we don't have inspections, like tree damage and tree canopy. In general, which is how I'm talking right now, I think that what you need to do on all of these issues relative to pages, table 1, packet page 9 and 10, is kind of start with the things that maybe are less technical and less problematic on all those categories that I mentioned. For example, solar charging stations, and say, yes, we should be able to do that pretty fast. And I'm just throwing this out on the table. Maybe if 240 is already there, it doesn't need any building permit or any inspection. It just needs, you have to sign that it was put in by a licensed electrician. So we should get those kinds of things as simple as we can, as fast as we can. Some of these other things, as we've already brought up tonight, tree canopy and tree removal, I mean, that's very intricately involved, not only in the roots, I'll use the pun, in the roots of our city, but with the other legislation that will be correcting and improving that tree ordinance. So by definition, that all has to be integrated. I don't think it's going to be one way or the other. I think there's 5 different basically kinds of trees, from specimen heritage trees to very, very large trees to California trees to crappy trees that shouldn't be here. So that'll all be categorized, and there'll be some adjustments that are have to be made on trade-offs between canopy on a house that needs solar and not. But to me, I feel like maybe that's as far as we can go tonight. And as Commissioner Temple was saying, that we need some iterations on this. If we were really going to sit down tonight and look at it deeply, we would need to go through that table like you guys have done before, staff, and give us a nice 30-page document, analyzing each one of those bullet points and saying, this is like the discussion that we just had. I would rather spend 30 minutes on that with a lot more science and measurements and what it's happening and how it impacts with the daylight, so we can make some judgments. So I would basically say, sort of in conclusion, and going back to the general, I think that stuff that you can find to do right away, certainly those 2 items on reduced review, improved communication, and so on, you don't need to come to us for that. You'll figure that out and just do a great job of it. But the things that you can make quicker changes on, even bring in piecemeal and say, let's just look at these chargers now. What can we do to really get that part going? Let's not hold this whole thing until we can get all of the things that are on there. And then bring us more data about that in a public hearing so that the public can hear. And then as you look at maybe removing some of these things, which is going to make a number of citizens correctly concerned, I think you also need to be able to do audits. Even if there's less restrictions after it's done, the city gets to come back and say, okay, you know how it's supposed to go in, now we're going to go and check. And yes, that's a cost, but it's also a safety net that we have to have on projects. The IRS does it so the city can do it. So stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowing. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. So I want to reiterate also what everybody has said so far, where this is just really important for us to do. And anecdotally, from personal experience, like I'm a big environmentalist, person. So I'm really support solar and really support trees. And we have an electric car. And I'm actually looking at my second solar installation right now. And these things are barriers. And so if we really need people to adopt, we really need to make it as easy as possible. So I agree with what Commissioner Lowing and Commissioner Templeton said, where I think number one is a no-brainer, and city staff's going to do a great job with that. With respect to the policy changes, again, I do think we need more information and a better look at all of the items. Thinking about the setback, the number two, that one also seems possibly, maybe there's issues that I'm not aware of, but that one might be a bit of a no-brainer, because I think that those rules about allowing equipment and the setback were established at a time where the equipment was much louder. And then looking at number 6, the garage spaces for encroachment, I think that may also be an opportunity where there's some really low hanging fruit, and maybe we do want to be less of, like police that a little bit less for chargers in particular, because that occupies a much smaller amount of space than, say, batteries. So I think we need to look into it a little bit more for what are the dimensions of the batteries right now. And these things are going to be getting smaller and smaller and better over time. I think the heat pump water heater, that one, which we also have, is a bigger issue. And putting that into a garage is not necessarily an exception that you want to make, because there are real safety considerations there. And they also occupy a lot of space. And it's not something that's so easy for a person to change once it's in there. So that would be my 2 cents on a couple of the items, at least. With respect to the tree canopy versus solar, that's a trade-off that I myself have faced. I was doing a little bit of Googling about that, and I think maybe if significant changes are going to be made, and this is really more for not planning, since this is not where the ordinance sits, there's a lot of debate out there about whether the tree is more important versus the savings in carbon emissions from installing solar. And there's some data I've looked at that says that a small system can be the equivalent of 40 trees in terms of the amount of carbon savings. That said, trees offer a lot more, right? So I think there is and it is something that so many people are passionate about, but it's something that we should look at, especially given the coming update to the ordinance. Thanks.
Commissioner Alcheck, preliminary round of comments.
Yeah, I think, or let me put my video on, sorry. I don't know that I'll need to go a second round. I'm just going to use a few minutes to sort of share thoughts. I think, the writing's on the wall. We need to develop our code to encourage electrification every way we can. I think that I think this process, if I was in charge of this process, it would begin like this. I would instruct my staff to find the electrification rules for every city in the Bay Area. And then I would say, hey guys, highlight all the things that are different between our electrification rules and this, what are other cities doing that is different than us? And then we'd have this big binder that showed what everyone else is doing. And then I would say, which cities are leaders in this process? And then after that, I would say, let's reach out to local providers and find out whether they work in the cities that we've described as leaders, and ask them what they don't like about those cities' programs. And then the last thing I would say would be, I think that one of the ironies of this discussion, because it references our tree canopy, is that the council reviewed the tree canopy rules earlier this week, I think, and considered making the rules a lot stricter, a la Los Altos. Los Altos would not be a city that I would look to as an example of anything coming close to, progressive changes. So, for example, I think in Los Altos, their rules about tree removal are far more restrictive than ours. And I think that it's interesting that we're talking about how we would interact with tree canopies in relation to some environmental sort of goals. And the reason why I'm saying irony is because the city council probably had this discussion earlier this week. And I wonder, because I didn't actually watch it, whether the discussion included, the concept of removal for the purposes of solar installations, or whether it was a discussion about how to preserve trees in the absence of other goals like solar installations. So to me, there's a little irony there. I would suggest that the picture we saw of that solar panel on top of that Eichler looks like an old installation. But I think it would be interesting one of the things in the packet said that installations that were a few inches weren't subject to the same review. And my first thought when I read that sentence was, how many inches? What is the exact inches? Because obviously the picture that you used in your packet, right, is so that's not inches, those are feet. So I think that if I was interested in furthering electrification, then I would be, it'd be really liberal rules, like as long as it's within the daylight plane, we're not going to spend a lot of time worried about how it diverges from the angle of the roof, whether it's inches or feet, if you're within the daylight plane. That to me would seem like a policy that highly encouraged electrification over aesthetics. Those are obviously decisions that have to be made. We have to balance those things. And I think it's really hard to have that discussion in the absence of comparing where we are relative to the rest of what we see as our peers or what we see as leaders in this area. So I think it's really premature to say, well, what's the height of a solar panel should be, or even the alternative, which is what I suggested, like, well, any height is okay as long as it's in the daylight plane. Those discussions are sort of premature because I think it's easier for the city council to decide where it wants to sit when it knows what cities that it considers either leaders or peers are doing. I think that, so that's why I sort of suggested those steps in the beginning, how to set this up, how to set this discussion up when it comes back. I think there's probably some writing, like academic writing on the topic of what does it mean for a homeowner who can't access solar energy because of a neighboring tree. I bet there's some academic writing on this topic. I think that would be interesting to understand, like, how do we want every Palo Alton to have, a right to solar access? And if that's the case, how does that I don't know. Sorry, I don't know what just happened. I think we have to ask that question sort of globally. And it would be interesting to know if there's some thoughts on that are, that we don't have to come up with ourselves. And then I would suggest, there was a comment in the paper, and the way I read it was sort of asking, you said that planning does not review the installation of VVSE in these properties, referring to single family and duplex. It kind of seemed like you had highlighted that to say, should we? And my understanding is that right now, when you do new development, you do have to equip a garage, for example, with the 50 amp circuit that an EVSE would plug into. So when you order the thing from Tesla, it's a far easier connection, you know, on the wall in your garage because you've got a 50 amp, you know, the equivalent of my understanding of the current code is that you have to put that like that dryer plug on the wall of your garage, which is essentially bringing your garage right up to the spot where all someone has to do is buy the right plug. And so I think if the statement on that packet page 9, planning does not review the installation of VOC in these properties, I just think that that's not really, I don't think we have to go there. If that makes it sound like we're not really pushing it, I think we are. I think we're saying you've got to have this infrastructure in this new garage or new whatever you're building. And why would someone need an electric vehicle charger until they bought an electric vehicle? So I don't think we need to go farther there and review the installation of the actual charging stations for, let's say, a property that's going to be sold to maybe somebody who doesn't have an electric vehicle. So it's like a stretch.
Commissioner Alchek, do you want to maybe hold, if you have much more, hold your additional comments for another round?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I have one more comment, which has to do with lot, the lot coverage or the setback issue. And I would just say that, again, I think this is an area where we could use a better understanding of what other jurisdictions are doing. I think that one of the things we learned in the ADU discussion is that new equipment doesn't produce as much sound. And so there's maybe less, and there may be and more energy efficient equipment produces less sound. And so, and maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves. Maybe batteries are installed predominantly under cover because being exposed to raw elements are, so I just think it would be interesting to get a little bit more information about that before we jump down the road and go, well, I don't know what a hazardous battery close to a fence, etc. So in general, I'd love to have this discussion in an environment where you buried us in, relevant information from local jurisdictions and also discussions about solar energy access rights and then finally, what the perception was among the city council is the direction to be a leader in this space and to unapologetically encourage solar, or is it to bring us in par with our neighbors? And I think once you have those three pieces, then this study session could have, then the next step would be to have a really in-depth conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Chang, your hand is still up. Is that a ghost hand or do you have more? Okay. Vice Chair Rupavar.
I just had a few minor comments. I agree with, everything everyone's said. Number one seems pretty straightforward, and I do think that we need additional information. I think the tree issues are going to be, I'd like to better understand the trade-offs there. And then I did want to flag one issue with number 2.2, allowing equipment in the setback with respect to noise. I don't know if this is going to be an issue, but I would also take a look at whether we want to think about size as well, like how big the equipment is, in order to make sure that, whatever is being put in the setback doesn't impair fire access or something like that, where, people can't get proper access, for example, in the case of a fire or an emergency. And that's it. I'll keep my comments brief. Thank you.
Thank you. So, first of all, I want to recognize that tonight we're really having a discussion from 30,000 feet as a sort of a launch point for staff to pursue these ideas. And so to the extent I've heard other commissioners talk about how it would be nice to see the meat that's on these bones, I agree with that, but I think this is premature because I think the amount of information at a 30,000 square foot level is basically everything you can see for 30,000 feet. And that's too much to take in, and it's too much for staff to process. I think the step after this, after that we give them direction, is they go away and they start to look at information and they start to synthesize They come back with a set of recommendations and language for policy changes and the information that informs those suggestions. And that's where I think it will be our opportunity to wrestle with the details. But for now, I think it would overly complicate our task. So turning to the substance, I will say that generally, I like the idea of a city being able to issue as many over-the-counter same-day permits as they can. The fewer things that need processing, the better the customer experience. And obviously the easier for staff to focus on the things that need processing. So, but you can't, in the topic we're talking about here, you can't have a one size fits all, but you can have a dual process. And I think this is really one of the things I got out of the staff report, one of the things that they're asking us to think about. I can envision a sort of a fork in the road situation where you can choose a path where there are objective standards and you fit into basically an envelope or a box, and you can choose that for your solar panel if you want to fit into these dimensions. And if so, you can get your permit over the counter. And if you can't or don't want to fit into that box, then you go in a longer review period that maybe is something akin to what we are doing now, increased for efficiency as much as we can make it. So to accomplish that, I think you need staff effort upfront to not only come up with objective standards that are as broad as we can make them without going too far. And I think that's really where the excitement of that, developing that kind of legislation is, where are the boundaries? For example, is one of those objective standards to get your over-the-counter solar pit permit that you're not touching a canopy? Or is there something a little bit farther than that? Is there some little bit of touching of a canopy that still will fit into that box? Same with, excavation. Does the box have to only work for no excavation? Or is there some amount of excavation that can fit in the box? And does it matter what kind of tree is in the vicinity of where you're going to excavate? But to me, I think if we can come up with those objective standards to create the box and come up with item 1.2 here, clear checklist for applicants, so that they know exactly if they want to fit in the box, what has to come in. Then I think the 500 hours, the 50 hours that staff spends putting that together saves 500 hours of staff time, because we can do all of those permits in a day. And I'm hoping large number of applicants will say, this is just too easy to pass it up. For the 4% aesthetic benefit that I would perceive in taking this longer route, it's not worth it. So I view the people that would fit in the box as the low-hanging fruit. And so I think we should speed up our overall process by speeding those people through. And I think that that kind of approach can work for the height of solar panels, for the equipment in the setback. And I think one of the keys is, one of the things to be in that box is your equipment has to be able to demonstrate through its specifications that it doesn't exceed the decibel limit, because that's the issue with that equipment in the setback, is we're trying to keep the noise from crossing the property line at an unacceptably high volume. Tree canopy and tree removal, I think this is a really fascinating issue, because these are that and solar energy storage. They're rowing in the same direction, but running into each other potentially. And so I think as we go forward, if we're looking at objective standards, again, it may be that where these issues arise, you just can't fit into the box. And so you're going to have to go with the other longer review period. Solar shingles and historic structures, I guess, I have to admit, I've never seen solar shingles. But when I think about historic structures, there's something called facadism, which is sometimes a derogatory term, but in its kinder version, what it means is the part of the historic building that the people can see as they drive by on the public thoroughfare, that is particularly important. That face should look the same. And you shouldn't be allowed to alter that. And so when I think about solar and historic structures, I'm wondering if, again, part of the box for the streamline review is it's on the part of the roof that is not, visible on the face of the building from the street. Now that of course won't work for some historic buildings, but it will work for some. And if we can move those through, we don't have that issue. Then it doesn't have to be solar shingles necessarily, as long as it's on the backside. And I just don't know enough about solar shingles to know if putting those on the front part of a building would actually change the look such that somebody just passing by that house would say, "Oh, look at that old house. That's a new roof. That's a modern roof." And it affects the aesthetic. I just don't know. I don't have a strong opinion on the last item. I agree. I think Commissioner Templeton said many people in Palo Alto don't use their garages exclusively to park their cars. That's true at my house. And so I think if we're improving our energy efficiency as one of the things that gets stored in that garage with the charging unit, I think that's worth pursuing. Why wouldn't we look at that as a possibility? So those are my comments. Commissioner Alcheck, I see your hand. Is that a new hand? Okay, second round of comments from any of you commissioners. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so then let me turn to staff and ask them if they have direction from us that's satisfactory to help you move forward, or are there a couple of important items we missed that you'd like us to talk about and provide you direction on?
Great. I'll speak and then I'll just invite Jody and Sam, if you have any other questions or comments that you want to make, to also make them. I think this has been extremely helpful. I think, as you all noted, it is kind of the 30,000-foot view, and then we would expect probably for each of these items, we would bring them back individually and zoom in closer. And so daylight plane discussion, for example, would be more robust. And then we wouldn't have that the same night as we have the discussion, about the garages. And so we want to be able to take these one at a time. I think Commissioner Templeton, to your point about there'd be groups of people who may be interested in these at different levels, especially when we start actually talking about ordinance changes and things like that. We may see more than one attendee, for example, as we start talking about some of these issues. I think I would summarize the comments on the tree canopy, given the emergence of the directive from the council to look closer at our tree ordinance, that maybe we would fold that work project into that. And that way it can really be holistic and not be something that's apart, from those larger efforts to care for trees again. And I think our public works department is well suited to help have that discussion. But certainly I think it's enough for us to know that there's interest. And I think the wisdom of saying, let's look at kind of, what we can do, maybe more, where can we be nimble about this and get those changes? Because even though it's like every permit that we're helping to be a little bit faster helps all permits be faster, because then it's removing that workload, and then we have more time to give to the permits that do need, maybe a more robust review. So even though it might be a small change, if it's across a number of permits, it really can help our system improve and increase. So I feel like we got a lot of great insight from you all, and I hope we got an introductory kind of to the topic area that our city is pursuing. Jody, Sam, anything you would want to add, or any questions that you might have for the commissioners? Okay, not seeing anything. I want to thank you both for your time here, and also for all the work you do, working very, very hard on our permit review process.
Yeah, thank you very much for the great discussion, staff and commissioners. Let's move on from the study session item. And also wanted to thank our one public speaker for participating, both in your written comments in advance and taking the time to be here and speak with us tonight. I'm going to move us now into committee items. Do we have items that any commissioner wants to bring up? Very well, then we will move to commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future agenda items. Commissioners? All right, I have one for a brief discussion. So last week, I attended a meeting, virtual meeting, with the mayor, vice mayor, and the chairs of other Palo Alto boards and commissions. And toward the end of that meeting, Vice Mayor Burt brought up the topic of a re-envisioning of California Avenue. I know we're all, aware of sort of actually what started before the pandemic, the efforts to make it more walkable, the wider sidewalks, and then of course with the effects of the pandemic and taking over the street. In any event, Vice Mayor Burt is interested in moving forward with that concept to look at a re-envisioning and bringing a more vibrant art and music scene there. And he brought this up to the assembled chairs to ask the question, do you think that your entity would want to have a seat at the table for that discussion? And so I'm bringing it back to you, my fellow commissioners, to see what you think about that so that I can respond to the question from the vice mayor. Commissioner Templeton.
Absolutely. I think we would have a lot to contribute to that discussion. Thank you for bringing it up.
Commissioners, anybody feel differently? Okay.
I'm just curious, was there a kind of idea of how that, is the suggestion that there would be a cross commission committee created that would be represented presumably by parks and arts and human? I mean, what I'm trying to understand how that would work.
I don't think he described that level of detail, but certainly what he was talking about gave me a sense of kind of a stakeholders group that could include representatives from the boards and commissions that wanted a seat at that table, as well as other individuals who aren't on a board or commission.
And in your mind, does that sound like the goal would be like sort of a specific plan kind of concept, or is the idea about planning, concepts, or?
To my ear, it sounded a lot like planning. So I was thinking, yeah, of course, we need to be involved in that.
Yeah, I guess my first thought when you said it was like, yeah, there's 7 people that probably could host a great discussion with the community on that topic. And I could name names, but yeah, it strikes me as sort of an odd idea to invite maybe other than the ARB, I guess, who would have probably a valuable. It just seems kind of odd to incorporate all the different boards and commissions into a discussion like that, unless you were specifically interested in those individual members. Because at the end of the day, I feel like our role isn't to give our own personal sort of thoughts on what California Avenue would be if that conversation happened. It would be to host a discussion and then try to share perspectives on what we've learned. So interesting idea. Obviously, I think if there was some Avengers assembled group, then I would hope that one of you could be a part of that and sit on that group and participate.
Commissioner Templeton? You're muted.
Thank you. Just to respond, I mean, if you imagine what one could do if they completely re-envisioned California Avenue, it would be more than just buildings, right? It could be a place that became a de facto park, or maybe we would change it to a park. It could be a place that would have arts. It would we would have to have discussions about architecture and making sure that the sidewalks and streets were safe. In other words, there's a need for us to collaborate and re-envision that. So it makes sense to me that if he were addressing a group of representatives from each commission to get their input, I think it could make sense. Thanks.
All right. Any other commissioner questions, comments, announcements, future agenda items? Well, then before, Ms. Tanner.
I just noted I forgot in my opening, November 15th, joint study session, PTC ARB City Council. It will be via Zoom for us. So that'd be a lot of people in one room and a lot of commissioners. So if you can participate, that would be great. And it will be a study session and it will be remote for all of us, but the council members will be in the chamber.
Thank you. All right, before I adjourn us, I think I do want to just say, and I think I've hit it well tonight, but I think I'm pretty disappointed that Mr. Nguyen is moving to a different job. That's entirely selfish, of course, because he has been instrumental for running our smooth meetings since March of last year, March of 2020, and really it has been a pleasure to work with. So it seems like a good idea for him to do that, but and of course I wish him well. But we will miss you here at the PTC, and we are looking forward to working with the people that you have trained, because I know that the same effort you have brought to all the things that you've done with us, you probably, I'm sure you brought to that training. I see a couple, so we'll look forward to seeing you at the council level, the city clerk's office, and I see Commissioner Lowing's hand.
Yes, I was going to suggest, with a lot of thanks and respect, that we adjourn the meeting in honor of Mr. Nguyen. I think he's did a fantastic job with us. He's taken on a very big job, and I have got zero question about the fact that he's going to excel in that. And as we thank you as a thank you gift, we're going to pick a very long meeting next year and invite you back and make sure it lasts till at least midnight. So thanks for your service, and I would recommend that we adjourn in his honor.
I think that's a terrific idea, and I'm seeing nods and applause from all my fellow commissioners. So this meeting is adjourned in honor of Vinh Nguyen. Thank you.
Great.
Right here. Thanks, everyone.
Good night.